Hello. Hello. How is everybody doing? Welcome to the stream. My name is Sorcerer Supreme. This is Final Fantasy XIV, and welcome back. It's been a couple days since I last streamed. Hope you all are doing good. Today we're starting in Ishgard for some reason. Don't know why. Don't think I need to be here. Nope. Let's go ahead and go where we actually need to go. Ooh, interesting. Alright. Today's goal is do as much story as possible. That's pretty much the goal for most of these streams now. But to facilitate that, we're just gonna get right into it. Just get right into it. Keep going on the main story. Keep getting further. Ton of fun. Alright. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. No. Oh, okay. It's gonna force me to, huh? Welcome back, Call. Cryo surprised me with your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower, and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating a deiform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Sure. And I get Archon Loaf. Imagine. Archon Loaf. The flower. What is up? What is happening in this story? So much is happening in this story.
Take heart and protect them well.
Is that Vitra? Yeah, that's Vitra. That was Vitra. Oh.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Okay, good. It's not Archon Loaf. I would be a little disappointed if it was just Archon Loaf. Awesome. Burger. Big burger. Same. Same. Hate pickles. Also, it's all falling out. What a messy burger.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well.
Borgor.
But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Graha burger. Graha burger.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
Yeah.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Mm-hmm.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it?
Yeah.
Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us.
Yes, like the
Rare and hardcore,
Borgor.
perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
And eat Borgor. I apologize. Well,
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
and you still take it?
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that.
Oh.
'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
So you're telling me you flew down? That's funny.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Ah.
Oh,
Ah, I see. I understand. Oh, cool. I ate the burger that was in front of me. Borgor. Are we pushing until dawn? You do know these are my quarters. That's so mean. Shall we call it a night? Are we pushing on until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Alice stealing Graha's food is a funny trope. Oh, green! What does green mean? Green. I like green. Oh, hi. Actual in-game model, not CG. I guess we... yeah, never mind. The moon. And you are a Reaper. You're like a gun Reaper, dude. That looks so cool.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or Well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether.
I was gonna make mention, ever since that one moment in Thavnir, before we met him in the Tower of Zot for the first time, his voice changed. He went from sounding like, oh man, I forgot the other guy before. Forgot his name. But he went from sounding like him to now actually sounding like whatever his actual voice is in Fandaniel. Or Ammon.
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No, he made it very clear.
No. All else is equal.
Well, I'm looking
Equally
forward
tedious,
to fighting you two.
equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
Interesting.
But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
Okay.
Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
I don't want the world to burn, but I want to have our moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day,
The final days.
I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes. I think that is something we can both enjoy.
That's interesting. The way they view the final days is less like the Unsundered viewed it as basically the end of the life they knew, their home, their world. They view it as this prophetic, like, goal for themselves. And because they are unsundered, or they are sundered, and they don't, even though they knew of, right, like, the ancients and their cities, they don't really care, because to them it's not their home. That's just the thing of the past. They don't care about the past anymore. They're looking towards the end, the final days, and like, that's just a place I want to create because I like chaos. I like discord. I like conflict. And that's how the two of them feel. So because of that, you're left with two Asians basically vying for the thing that created the Asians. And the Unsundered aren't there to keep them in check, which is why everything is happening the way it is. All of that just makes continuity sense. Of course that would happen if there were no longer any Unsundered, and there are Asians who crave destruction. Of course that would happen. So cool. Looking forward to contending with it. Shooter weapon coffer. Aha. Interesting. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholararch Malta Chang, and thank him for coming to our rescue in the rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we had already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the chud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Y'shtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Okay. Then it is settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them that we will not be long. Okay. I got any mending to do? Yeah, sure. Just my earrings. Ah, look. He's practicing. Heading out for a stroll. For a stroll? The Scholararch himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all people, worrying over his reputation, and in our alma mater no less, where wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Okay. Well, the studium has an aetherite, so I'm gonna use that. Haha. I like this one. This music sounds good. Here it is. Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. No one can hardly miss it. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Yes. While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomenon, hence the name. Though, with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Sharlayan's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed. I've long since lost track of how many times he had to recite that same foppish speech. Such his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on. You both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered a half year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Levieur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we are at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Okay. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scoliarch Monteshane. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Okay. This'll be fun. An excitable student. That was Alphino Levieur, wasn't it? The Alphino Levieur. And he's with his sister, and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry. You said you were looking for the Scoliarch, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Alipho should have a better idea. Alipho? Oh, that reminds me. I gotta get my tome. I gotta get my wondrous tale. Look at these people. That's funny. They're all like, oh my gosh, Alphino. Oh my goodness. I know your little one. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pisa this, tongue of Gigantode that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of the students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I've trekked on many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. So, what you're telling me is, you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for a Scoliarch. I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him? He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meat. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the Scholariac has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Interesting. Well, back the way I came. Maker's Meat. Yes, the Scholariac was here. We're just here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor. Perhaps to one of the auditoriums? There he is. Yo. Stop walking around, bro.
Ah, I remember you.
Yes.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
That was what happened to that guy.
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Hey, we're gonna be explained. Exposition! Woo! I love it when I'm explained things. Oh, my spear's in the way. Ah.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Okay.
Ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms.
Oh.
2 of the incorporeal source, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal aether. Because you said 2 incorporeal, so the last one must be corporeal.
Yes. Very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar.
The magic.
Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would all become muddled. The memory would be indiscernible.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
Something that affects the memory?
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Wait, you're telling me you don't remember anything from before the 7th Umbral Calamity?
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Oh.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act.
Well, I guess it could make sense considering a rejoining happens, which means the memories of a completely different person rejoin with everybody here in the source. So all the memories of that moment are gone because they overlapped, and it's unintelligible. Blotted.
The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Charlian prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation.
Oh, well then you shouldn't be doing it.
Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I don't know. You might just not remember.
But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea.
Huh? Oh, death. Yeah.
For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
Death.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve, Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
Oh?
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form.
I was
Both
following
theories
this
have their
explained to us
proponents.
first.
Personally, I consider each equally probable.
Hmm.
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Were we a blank sheet? I think we are a blank sheet.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Awesome!
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's
Aliapo.
well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. You have been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you are game, P. Aliopo would put your artisanry to good use. Well, weapon coffer. New weapon. Goodbye, horse chestnut spear. What's this one look like? It's aight. Not as cool. Ah. Is that the last one we're missing? No, we never got legs. Like, I don't think we ever got legs. Which is actually kind of weird. Gotta sort everything, so if I ever am given something, it doesn't go to some weird slot and I can't find it or for whatever reason. Right. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny. I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Qui Aliapo, as the Scoliarch suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and talk to Aliapo. What? Ah, disciple of land or hand. Ah, I see. When am I? Oh, I see. That's interesting. We don't get Endwalker role quests until like almost halfway through Endwalker. That's crazy. That's so weird. I wonder why. What could possibly be the explanation for that? Now I'm curious. I'm not gonna look it up, of course. I'm gonna let the story play out. But that is interesting. Just no role quests for you. And so what level is that? 85? Yeah. That's crazy. Alright. Let us continue. Through the door. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from my fellow scions. As expected, news of the warring skills was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So, the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? He's like, whatever. Oh, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Rita and the alchemists of the great work put their hearts and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the form's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers, as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. Okay. To Limsa Lominsa. So laggy. Yes, let me in. Ah, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Yay, we're gonna see Nanamo. My apologies for calling you away from Shalin at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring is reassuring to learn that we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Sharlayan, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radazat Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in such short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims, and it is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what is yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway. Though the same could be said of the Telophoroi, there's certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Yashdola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than what is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That is all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the people of Garlemald, for revenge against the Telophoroi, for honor and glory. For the people of Garlemald, we gotta save them. Couldn't have put it better myself. Ooh, this music, ooh. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support, and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Ralbaun and Lord Amric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Oh, the music is so good. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go. Safe in the knowledge Eortia will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Awesome. Music goes super hard. Also, hey, I just noticed the people that were in that room. That was cool. Genlis from the Paladin quest. He's, you know, the Royal Paladin. He's at the highest point of power of the Paladins in Ul'dah. The Paladins of Ul'dah. He was in the room. Along with, I believe, that was... what was his name? The Woodwhaler guy. That, like, is always around Hunting Senna. American Robin! Let's go! Ah, the Wanderer's return. You've been busy, bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Amaret be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have sent you all off, it is back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Amaret's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eortia is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. We meet again. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Welt. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. Oh, guys, his voice is kind of hard. My contributions on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telophoroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Virus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I understand. World is in your hands. And I will defend it to my dying breath. After the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. I and the government of World intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask that you escort our friends inside? Why am I struggling with Rabon? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you there again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. Ugh, it's been so long. It's been too long since I've interacted with them, with their voice actors. My mind's eye, my voice can't catch it. I also seem to be not having the best of days, vocally. Well, that's a rather interesting chess piece. No, wait. Can't get rid of that. Reaper's using it. It's actually pretty cool. I don't like the way it looks. If it was dyed... Let me see what it looks like dyed. I still got that blue on me. It's the blue, right? If it dyed more of it, I would be happier. But there's 2 dye channels. Which blue was it that I used? Is it this one? No. I think it was this one. The Woad blue. Yeah. Are there 2 channels for dyeing? No, there's not. That's unfortunate. It doesn't look that great. Well, we don't need it. We've got a cool outfit. Question marks. Interesting. The other members of the Ospard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ospard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Okay. By
the 12.
Wow. That's a lot of people. Whoa.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
I saw Pippin and Lys, which is cool. I think I also saw some people of the
for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world,
yeah,
including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the
Oh!
Ilfard contingent.
Oh my gosh, the more I look at this, the cooler it gets.
Indeed, which is why
Oh!
I'm glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Hey, Lucia. It's been a while.
Lucia.
I've come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
Yeah, she's Garlean.
We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
Oh, the music in the background. It's Heavensward music. Heavensward music is the best soundtrack in the entire game. You cannot convince me otherwise. I'm sorry. The entire thing just is filled with bangers. You just can't convince me otherwise. You can't. It's all goated.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Literally, this theme is a Heavensward thing. Oh
Allow
my
me
gosh.
to introduce you to the rest
So
of our company.
good.
Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Oh, it's so cool. It's like all the jobs. All of the job people. Oh, it's so cool. thaumaturges, monks,
Might I ask you to
gladiators,
speak first?
white mages. Yeah, this is Connie Senna's little brother,
If I must,
Arun Senna. Yeah.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer.
Also, this is the first time we've heard his voice.
We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Hey, it's Sickard.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sickard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
Yeah.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
Good to see you here. Atone for your bad mouthing.
Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy.
Nice.
Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
Let's go.
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front. It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield. From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction.
That's funny.
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us.
Don't tell me.
And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
Hey, we got a Ishgard contingent here. Are we gonna introduce the Ishgard contingent? No? Wow.
As for Ishgard, we
Okay,
Temple
yes.
Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
Okay.
The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Yeah.
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon.
Look
They
at
will
these
address any
guys.
problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
Let's go.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Manolane.
Lord Emanolaine?
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. Why did I say it so seriously?
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honorat with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Ah.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Ah, I see. Awesome. The warriors of the Azim Steppe.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy! Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan Resistance Group,
Yeah.
Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance.
Yeah.
Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy.
But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Awesome.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey.
Okay.
However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Understandable.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Oh. Okay. Well, you said that has been said multiple times, and I mean, for crying out loud, we were stranded in a whole other realm, and we were able to go back and forth, so I'm not actually concerned. Though before I continue here and read this, I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Yeah. Where is he? Friggin' Albrecht and Stephanie Bean. Madeline. Pippin. Kokobuki. Chuchuto. So cool. Warding skills for this Guardian delegation, I take it. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Is that the set of warding scales I spy? Not that I would know what they'd look like. Wow, look at these! Even a layman like me can tell me they're bursting with aether. All the better for fending off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyways, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all the 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. I heard you got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why did they send Eisenhard? Why didn't they send Eisenhard? Einzard instead? Bug if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfear told me was that they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes in airships. Yes? So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside the Twelveswood. The elder Seedseer, however, has granted me special permission. She has bid me to lend my magics to the people of Garlemald, while learning all I can of their ways. In doing so, I will come closer understanding myself and my place in the world, or so she says. I say it is past time our allies benefited from the power at the Seedseer's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. Good for you. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Arthur, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemies at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Do you have the warding scales for me too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsebard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specialty-made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no suitable for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alamigan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. I mean, truly, what could actually be colder than what we experienced in, like, Corthus? Like, that place was cold. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore on Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, providing you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I would be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Tataru! But how? I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. And she's all got a new outfit too. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you whenever you like it or not. Whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Argamhaz and Blumweda have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while, to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian? Oh, why not? You can keep Cryle company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Argamhaz and Blumweda did a fine job in carrying on our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I could do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let us not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. North Sea coat. Aww. Very comfy looking. It actually looks very comfortable. And they all get one. Does it just give it to me, is the question. It seems like it does. Yup, it's just here. And what happens if we have all of our other items? We'll keep it there. Thank you, Tataru. A frosty reception. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Ooh. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it'll be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okay. The several cutscenes. Yeah. And when we are done with those cutscenes, I'll probably take a break to have lunch. But I have time for now, so let's do these several cutscenes. Ah. Oh, no music? Really? No music?
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
So they're not gonna pull away the clouds? Because I feel like it's a little weird to still have clouds there. Honestly. Like, I get it's cold. And probably very cloudy, but...
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius. The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Alphino and Alize got new outfits. Also, look at Graha. Graha's outfit looks great. Oh, Y'shtola too. And Arianche.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Okay.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
Interesting.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald. The very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
True.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position.
Okay.
Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Makes sense.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Okay. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. Ooh, that's Thancred's outfit. That looks cool. He looks like a gunbreaker of Garlemald with that outfit, yeah.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand.
Okay.
A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
He truly is the master spy. Oh! Awesome! Cool. That's cool. It's the solid barrel combo again. Nebula, swift deception. That's new. Mask your presence, making it impossible for most enemies to detect you. Increased movement speed. Cannot be cast on combat. Duration 10 seconds. Okay. Silent takedown. Can only be used while in swift deception. Does big potency. When the target is a Magitech weaponry or a guard dog, delivers an attack with a potency 100. Otherwise, it completely neutralizes. I see. Bewilderment bomb. It was a bomb that confuses and sense. Okay. Has no effect on Imperial soldiers or Magitech weaponry. Interesting. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. Go over the final detail to learn about mission exclusive actions. Yeah, that would be nice. Success in this mission hinges on the following points. Swift deception renders Thancred invisible and increases his movement speed. All active enemy soldiers and Magitech will be unable to perceive Thancred's presence, if they are within close proximity. However, it has no effect to the guard dogs, acute senses of smell. They will be able to detect Thancred regardless. Moreover, this action cannot be used outside of combat. It will also be unavailable when Thancred attempts to deactivate Magitech fields or execute certain other actions. Okay. Thancred's silent takedown ability will instantly render a soldier unconscious. It can only be used while swift deception is in effect. Though it cannot be used on Magitech or guard dogs, utilizing silent takedown whenever possible is essential in clearing a path to your objectives. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. As guard dogs can detect Thancred even when swift detection is active, you can instead use Bewilderment Bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. Conversely, Bewilderment Bombs have no effect on Magitech or soldiers, so take care to use the right tool for the right situation. Okay. And there's nothing to do on Magitech. Okay, I'm ready then.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
That's not great.
Must be losing my touch.
That's not great. No, I guess this is technically fine. I want to wait here. I want to get that guy. I just want to avoid the Magitech Reaper here. Jeez, this is rough. Huh. I don't think I can get rid of those slashers without doing it individually. I'm invisible to them, yes, but they don't die instantly. These don't take up... Yeah. I need to wait for this thing to move. Uh-oh. Yeah, I gotta wait. Come on. I can kill this thing. Doing this.
Must be losing my touch.
Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, pretty good.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned.
This is cool. This is fun.
Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
I gotta wait. This is gonna be a rough one. I could just tell. Just because there's a lot of guards around. Is this a safe spot? It kinda is, apparently. That's pretty crazy. How is this a safe spot? I don't know, but I'm... Just gonna wait around here. Ugh.
Damn, spotted.
Well, that's not great. That's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, come on. Oh, you're so slow. Oh, I have like no health. You go over to that control terminal, that's it? Okay, I can do that. Ooh. Alright. Lovely. Draw. Jeez. That was a bit of a pain, but we did it. Combat was practically required there.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
All right.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Kaboom. Boomba. A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilsbard contingent supply caravan. At the rear of the caravan? What's happening at the rear of the caravan? Oh, we're at the rear of the caravan. I see.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
How did you notice? That's crazy. But there is something coming. Dogs.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Alright. First time I've actually fought in a little bit. Let's go. The music's pretty good.
Fighters! Protect the others! brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Cool.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling.
Raha, how are you doing so many casts?
I've been itching for a good scrap.
Come at me. Oh. Awesome.
You lot all right back there?
We're fine, and ready for more.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Yeah. Head north and join the board. Oh, I see. I needed to actually start walking forward. Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
This is cool. That's awesome looking.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
Is Pippin a Dark Knight? Excuse me? He's got a Dark Knight stance even though he's carrying that thing. He used to be a fighter or a... What did they call it? Gladiator. But yeah, look at that. He's a Dark Knight. Oh, that's so cool.
Now. Forward!
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull!
Oh, he's doing the... Oh, awesome.
That's her! Virgilia!
Do not fall behind!
Giga Tempest. Hmm. Whoa.
Is everyone all right?
Reinforcements? Oh my. Ow.
Kneel or die!
This is interesting fight.
Jeez.
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
That's it. that was it. Awesome. Cool. Big boom.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
They're good.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
That thing is menacing.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain.
Hmm.
800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here.
Oh.
Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Wow, that place is huge. Ilsebard. Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
So what, we're gonna call it Broken Glass? Camp Broken Glass, alright. Let's attune. Whoa. What is that? What? What's the current mission? Why would I want to go back there? Interesting. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plans proceeded apace. Just a little further and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has begun made to fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking your Stola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of camp? Alize and I will meet you there. Alright, I saw your Stola over there. Don't know where Graha is. A meeting. Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chills in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. It is certainly quite the visage. Where's the nearest one of these? To the east? I don't think it's anywhere nearby. You'll be pleased to know that the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything have been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first signs of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking out loud. You mentioned a meeting. I'll make my way there. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine.
Okay.
Once we've cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
Interesting.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here.
Oh! What happened? Why did it do that?
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Man! Why did it...
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team.
I touched my
With
mouse.
such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Okay. Okay, first one is definitely the one I'm going to say, so I'll read it out loud. If there are any survivors, we will surely find them. The second one, extensive travels, is something of an understatement, but I suppose if there's nothing else that needs doing. And then ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. Why are these two so sarcastic? I don't want to sound sarcastic, but that's really funny though. If there are any survivors, we will find them.
And look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Ice fields? I love ice fields. Oh wait, I don't. Like, damn. When did I get so sarcastic? It's so funny. It's a funny option. Alright, did we finally do it? We're gonna speak with Alize, finish up this quest, and then we will take a break so I can eat lunch. Gods be good. If it is this cold with Tataru's colding, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to think of it when next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Alright. Now, I will take a small break to eat some lunch. I'll be back. Hello. I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Pull up these. Alright. Had a quick lunch. And now I'm ready to continue. Let's go ahead and do just that. Tracks in the snow. What ho, chums? Been giving something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. To the east. Northeast. Uh-huh. I hear it. I hear the Aether Current. Where is it? $85 to the south. $44 to the southwest. Aha! Why wasn't it showing up? I was so close to it. I literally walked right over here and it didn't show up. Ridiculous. Alright, Amanda Lane. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow? Not what we're after either way. Is that an Aether Current? Oh, no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor. Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though, surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one, at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near. We should be able to follow her footprint, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're headed. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Oh, Madeleine. Turning out so much like Hausfont. He would be so proud of you. Right, this way, huh? Hello? Hi, Firebird. That was random. Finger footprints in the snow. A trail of fresh footprints Lead east. I don't know what's up with me, that and footprints today. What is that? Ah, I see they're over there. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. Aether compass check. Southeast. That's actually pretty nearby. 300? It's like around here. We're getting closer. I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? The Eblon Rhyme. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Oh, interesting. And how would I do that? Follow the girl from a safe distance. The appearance of yellow turning indicators signify that she will detect you when turning around. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, a circular area indicator signifies that you will be detected for following too closely. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. Oops. Ah, I didn't think she would actually... Okay, I see. I see. That was interesting. Oh, this could be pretty bad if I messed that up again. I just didn't expect her to actually be able to see me, because the little line wasn't there. Not little, but the big, thing wasn't there. I see. It's only in the cone in front of her currently that she can see. So I gotta hide back here. Oh, to avoid her gaze. She's just so far, I didn't think she'd actually be able to see. Especially since the yellow cone doesn't really extend that far. I see. The yellow line only appears the moment I turn around. So if she were to turn around, she would see me completely. Maybe if I let her go over the ridge or something. Or maybe I just gotta hide behind this tree. Yeah, I see. Ugh. Stay here. Yeeks, that was close. If I didn't actually do that, I don't think I would have made it in time. Yeah, I don't think I would have. That's pretty crazy. I don't know where the next hiding spot is. Ooh, that was close. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. Jeez. Phew. Still in one piece. And where's this? Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister, Alize, and our good friend, Cole. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you, or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care. We are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name is Licinia, and as far as how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question, ever since that night, and the roar, the terrible roar, and the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If you hells are real. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran, past friends, past people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No. This is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now it's me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone safe, and I didn't know if you were... Ah, the truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Lucinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. And we'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with the means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood and gathering skills to good use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alizé? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under the gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, yes, do as you will. Sorry, give me one moment. All right. Pants. I'm getting pants. Let's go. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Okay. Alphano, heal them. Is that the radio? It is the radio. It's interesting. I can treat their frostbite in their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion for us to make use of Emanolane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. Tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification. The magitech that sustained us had come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Ingens is full of this stuff, for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well, yet never better. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison, by any chance? Ha ha ha! 'Twas a joke, a joke. Ha ha ha! If If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. Alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar, and morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I know better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow comrades for a final judgment. What do you want? The tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore. Sourced from Locus Ammonius, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. People at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others. Because all we've been hearing is the same music, being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be so easily defeated. Oh. That's not it. What's that? So this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Latrim? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are you the ones they encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it? And Vergilia and her men are now all there. So how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships? Then there might be a way to... Listen here. Where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby almost has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat the Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make it all the way past our... make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We need only enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up on your own supplies. But there might be another way to pay the tapas. You'd best watch out for baby Amalstries while we're away. Hmm? Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Interesting. Well, I see the lake, and I see the den. So this shouldn't be very difficult to get to. Straight shot, huh? Southwest. That is the direction we're heading. Where would the Aether current be, then? Aha, there it is. I had a feeling it would be in one of either this side or the other side. Alright, that's 2 out of 4. Which is pretty good. Right? Yeah, I mean, 2 out of 4 is pretty huge. Wow, that's far. Okay. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? Huh. The purebloods over at Vicar's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer. In return? Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shite. So they're resorting to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. They think we'll give in to intimidation, you've got another thing coming. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Well. Good luck with this, buddy. Beat up your 2 guardsmen. You there! There you are! Oh, there you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you. In case you needed a hand. Someone must have let it slip that I had little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword?
Let me guess. None of you are Garlean. You were brought here from the other lands.
Garabania, Yancha, Bosja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bullocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more and less unscathed is cerulean ingens. Still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture.
We hear you're experts in drawing upon ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if the lake is frozen over?
Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with all the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps starve off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger, unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare.
We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here?
Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by. Even if Garlemald as we know it is gone for good.
Gone for good?
Yeah, it's very possible Garlemald is pretty much gone for good.
Regardless of what the Ilsebard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause of celebration, while for others, their whole way of life have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed by the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum.
Pants. Pants. I can't get rid of the other ones because Reaper is still using them. Okay. What level are these? 82. So, you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods of the victor's spoils sent you? They turned to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lucinia's got her little sister to think about.
A sister? But we only saw Lucinia and the 3 men.
It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lucinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange. But I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them on our way, you hear?
I can't for the life of me think why Lucinia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back.
Ah, little sister, huh? Little sister, huh? Whoa. That thing is the most imposing thing. It is massive. Like, remember how I was talking about the Tower of Zot, right? And how it felt massive from really far away, but the closer you got, the less, like, massive it looked. I do not think that's going to be the case for this thing. I can barely see the entire thing in my camera. And we're nowhere near the foot of it. Now, it might stay that big throughout the entirety of the approach, but at least scale-wise, it looks massive. It doesn't look small at all. Versus the towers, the moment you got close, made it look like it was tiny. Because we also got to, like, the foot of it, like in that one part of the quest where we were literally at the door. And when you're standing at that door, it looked tiny. It didn't look huge. Not like that. That thing looks massive. And you can also see that there's a slight bit of parallax already, just because of how much further east we went. So it is really big. And it'll look really big when we approach it. Which is good.
This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alvina would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far.
Why? What did... Oh my... Why are they back here? Why are two of them... What happened?
They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me.
You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then you swoop. Here to help? What rot! All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our land, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want.
Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that's still warm. It's true. Lucinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go?
Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people.
We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she still put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone?
To protect them from you! Who invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than to be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived.
This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I need to tend to my injuries. And theirs. I'll join you in the search after. Alright. Be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start.
Ah.
Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by their size. This is definitely them. Come on.
Cerulean sprite. That's interesting. It's not an ice sprite. Of course they tried to go to the lake. Fool of a took. What are we gonna do? I don't want them to react poorly. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as to not leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. I can only imagine how hard it must be for an ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help. We can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Well, why wouldn't we keep going in this direction where the footprints lead? It's also a huge area to search. Oh. I don't know how I managed to see that. A wet paper half buried in the snow appears to be a flyer for a theater group, though the run of the show's advertising has long since ended. Oh. Is that the theater group? The one that we met for the Robostron. Oh no, fresh blood, that's not good. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of blood. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastward. Jeez, they're going out into the middle of nowhere. All because they can't stand the sight of us. Oh gosh. The two bodies are already cold. Ugh. They were both attacked.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Ugh.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? We've already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is to make our report to Lucia, and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Jeez. Man. Alize and Alphino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified.
That's good.
They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced.
Oh.
While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies.
Right.
And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
Asahi, that was his name.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams.
Oh, I see what's happening here. Towers create primals. Primals based off of who they corrupt. Who would be the primal god of Garleans? The Emperor. So Emperor Varus has been bastardized and remade into a primal. Oh boy.
May the Tower of Babel stand as testament
Ah.
to the glory of Garlemald.
And of course they call it Babel. That's interesting.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
Okay, Iulus.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Okay.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Alpha now.
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I'm going with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Your gunblade, sir. I know we have Gunbreaker, but I want a gunblade like that. It's more like a rapier or like a scimitar with a gun on it. It's cool. You will be received as invited guest, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourself accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence over all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Okay. I want to talk to Albrecht, because he's my dragoon.
Several of the Temple Knights are off on reconnaissance at present. We Ishgardians have had our fair share of frost in the past years, so we are more than ready for this icy bout. The Hrothgar from Bosja, on the other hand, are having a devil of a time adjusting to these chilly climes. The warming stones we lent them seem to have helped, though.
Bye, Albrecht. You be here to give me my dragoon quest when I come back. Ah, he's over here. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize, and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Call.
Call? Where have I heard that before?
No matter, Alphino and Alize, we'll watch the road ahead, while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you ever think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphino and Alize will then begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason, or lose sight of Alphino and Alize, you may try again when returning to the starting point. Ready to make a dash for the station?
Ah, they're running at my walking speed. Love it.
Isn't that great? Actually, are they getting ahead of me? Slightly? No. Not really. Oh, come on. Apparently these things are just that slow, huh? Don't even need to run to keep them off. Approaching city proper. Whoa, yeah, no, that tower is massive. That thing's just going to straight up attack. Yeah, okay. All right. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the street in packs, and they'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? Boots. I must equip new boots.
Ah. I just realized I don't think I ever changed the breeches to reflect my my regular outfit. These are pretty cool looking outfit though. Not bad. From here we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack on their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take the chance. With that said, let us proceed. Okay, they're just gonna teleport, though. That's much easier to deal with. Staying to the right of the railway? Yeah, I don't remember. Who cares? Where's the nearest Aether Current? Ah, north. Oh. Man, almost walked right past it. I see why your comrades chose you.
Euless, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people will need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment. They would eventually regain their sanity.
Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Okay. More. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onwards. Just the guy mining over here. But he looked like he stopped. Please stop. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue and avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. It's actually better to just follow this. This leads exactly where we're trying to go. Wow, the city proper is ruined also. Yeah, it is massive. What are those? Tempered Imperial. That's an Imperial? Oh my gosh. Poor guy. Jeez. Look at what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured?
Those exposed to a vast quantity of Primal's aethers may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation.
Then you admit it. Now that you've seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Well, there is, just not for those. That both truths can exist at once. Huh. It seems our objective is beneath the ground. Interesting. We're almost there. You have to keep your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. Any nearby? Ah, northwest. That's pretty nearby. Why don't I go to that? That's pretty close, actually. Makes me think it's right around here. Northwest, huh? I can find that really quick. Aha, there it is. Now, how to get up there. Also, the city. Wow. Wow. This place is a wreck. That's 3 out of 4. Makes me think we're going to be doing all of them before we leave this area. But we haven't accessed any blue quests with aether currents in them, so maybe not. We'll just have to wait and see. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. I see. Interesting. The subway.
It is plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Euless was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must have been all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the winds and snow, but it is still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm.
Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Okay. Well, I'm gonna grab the Aetherite first. Because you still happen to have these for whatever reason. Queso. Aetherite is not responding. Oh, right. Okay. I guess that's not really that out of the ordinary.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir.
I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Oh. Interesting.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps.
Again, that is not our intention.
It was only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would.
Yes.
But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
No magic or something?
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Oh, that's just rude.
Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
We told you. Peace. Peace in our time. You know, maybe share the warmth of the fire. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how we're gonna... I don't know what we're gonna do. As for Lord Quintus's instructions, I'm to supervise you during your time here in Turichim. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or is that merely a ruse?
We are in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean.
Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will. But remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, these shock collars will be the least of your worries, you understood? Though we are somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of this situation, and above all else, don't use magic of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything that endangers us or our interests, Alphino and Alizé will pay the price. So now... Nope, okay. It's you, Carl Himma. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night of the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in the dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down. It won't be long until our countrymen return, so you get what you deserve. Mark my words. So cold. The young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. We have not the resources nor inclination to assist the likes of you. Be gone. I know who you are. The so-called champion of Eotia. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe the smirk off your face. With the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Damn. So are the soldiers. The searchers. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vergila's treachery cost Lord Quintus's life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back. And then, night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar. Terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. You can call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken. A soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. The radio is the same model as the one used as Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. That would do it. How did I walk by Queso? You came with Julius, didn't you? Or whatever business brought you here, you'd best be keeping your hands off that aetheryte. Deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, for Garleans. Could you teleport all over in the break? Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. In these days, however, we use the aetheryte's power to keep this place lit. Though that comes at the cost of its normal function. I see. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are as consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Will you please help me tend to them? Who's there? My eyes, I
can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little, but I know I won't last much longer. Should look at the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have their contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Euless could persuade him, though we need to persuade Euless first. Well, seen enough. Euless, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stores away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it's dangerous work. We have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel was a greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down in the last dregs. Without the heating they'll need, those in the poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum in need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identify the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched the messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions, to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you ceruleum. I'll speak with Lord Quintus. That's good. So, did he agree to it? No. He will not place Garlemald in the debt of our enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Did I get anything for that? Nope. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima.
Urban is... Urbane... Oh my gosh, my brain... I think I need water. Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Solius, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Okay. Okay. So if I remember correctly, this was the area of the park. Yeesh. So it's called the Tower of Babel. Why did I have a feeling it was called that? Alright. So, this is a park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were built later around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the Empire, the great Solus Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as the ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time, in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then, with your permission, we can commence the search. Shop counter. Though rather small by the Garlean standards, this structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. It was a child's play area? Wow. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solius. The pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Won't be able to stream for much longer, because I have a busy evening today. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Euless said. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial war machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Really? Really, Call? Really? Oh, it's you. Any luck? There is no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if it didn't drag them out. If I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when it was all said and done. Every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a cerulean-powered heater, by chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing the tank outside beneath a hatch. That was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. The machine most likely broken. The amount of filth that is in there. The amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Euless, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Guardian would jump out of their skin if they saw it. But the first has few foreigns sign fairy and medicai, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you don't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of rare fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. She's gonna go diving. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. And we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way we'll find it in no time. I'm gonna say that. Because it's just funny. That may be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while. And that's saying something considering who my brother is. I can't fault your enthusiasm, though. Let's do it my way first, and if that doesn't work, then perhaps then you can try your method with Alphino's help. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. To end insult to injury, the icy wind on your damping clothes chills you to the bone. Ugh. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. Same thing. Bad to the bone. Chilled to the bone. Nothing there. Alright. I wasn't jumping. I was falling. Beneath the water, your fingers catch onto what you think might be a handle. Ah, we found it. Hey. You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes with a great personal cost, as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and the rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Euless will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. That's really funny. Ow. Did you find anything? I hope you did. Yep. There it is. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an old Don, because by a fire I'm reborn, and my clothes are mostly dried now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys, deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all is well that ends well. Euless, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did. Not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights and in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song. Happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Weary clouds could wave to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb up to the top of the tallest building we could find and watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends dead and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon, our chance will come. We just need to hold out a little longer. Alright, I have to use it. Then lose it. No good deed. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Okay. Alright. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, the time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing by using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the war machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Okay. Understood. Let's get to work. It's just the ones in this area. According to the ceruleum tank, this unit's fuel tank is empty. Ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel it may hold.
Successfully removing the war mech in its outer casing and retrieving the cerulean tank, you find it to be completely empty. Well, how was I supposed to know? Cerulean gauge on this unit appears to be broken. It's brokey. I must try. Empty. And now I need more. Right? Yeah, I need more. Uh-oh. I'd appreciate it if you didn't. It's 2 to check here. Fuel tank is empty. It's broken. It's still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Ulysses will surely be pleased by your discovery. Okay, we found one. One. More explosives. Wait, is that what I think it is? Indeed it is, my good sir. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alize and Alphino are faring. Okay. Standing here in the ring and
finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of our scouts follow you at a discreet distance.
Okay.
We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside.
Good idea.
When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise.
It's cool. Talking to Thancred in ghost mode.
This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development. And perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news. But it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
Damn, where even was he?
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
Well, yeah.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground.
Yes?
Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
Huh?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
Nothing good.
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question.
I don't like it.
Ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
I don't like it.
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
Oh.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be alright. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
Alpha and Alice will be fine, providing they do not resist. Okay. I need to take a break to have some water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Brief break, but no, I'm back. Ella lacta est. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to the Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the eel for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. You again. Ask the eel, he said. So, that's to be the way of it. After all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. What are they doing? What do you want with me? Ask the eel. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand. He would recognize this savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Oh gosh, they're suicide bombing. They're not coming to provide provisions. It's a, if we don't accept, we are going to blow you up. And of course we're not going to accept. We are here to help you! Who is it that's stubborn in their ways now, huh? Have you done as I instructed? Their duties involve more than the transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been giving additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together, like as not. We have to cooperate. There's one matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. I am concerned. Ulysses lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Clearly, it was his house.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. To refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alize.
Yeah, that checks out.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
Oh, Arun.
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Don't you? No. Jeez.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
No. Gosh. Oh. Gosh. Oh. Holy. Oh my gosh. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Oh my gosh.